nigga, if I decide to keep digging in my repertoire, if I decide to keep digging in the crates, man, we'll be here all motherfucking night, and you know they ain't gonna let me do it. You know they ain't gonna let me do it. If I start digging in my crates, nigga. See, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing these niggas don't understand. When it come to music, you can't fake your knowledge of music. That's not something you can fake. out of everything in this world, that is the one thing that you can't fake. You either have the knowledge of music or you don't. Period. Point blank, period. I grew up in households where all niggas did was play music. All my uncles did was play music. I had one uncle, all he played was the old school shit. Commodores, OJs, all of that shit. I had another uncle, all he played was hip hop. All he played was Tupac, DJ Quick, Too Short, Rakim, KRS-One, EPMD. You feel what I'm saying? Bob Marley. Like y'all barking up the wrong tree when you come over here talking that goofy shit to me, because I don't just know hip hop, I know music. Period. I know music, period. I done sat here and showed you niggas. I can show you where most of the niggas sample their music from. I can go pull the original track. Why? Because I heard it before. Most of the time when a nigga sample a song, I know the song they sample. And you got these little new niggas, these young niggas, they don't even know recent music history. You asking, what did Wu-Tang say protect? These niggas don't even know. Like who y'all playing with? Because you damn sure ain't playing with me. Now this is what you gotta ask yourself. This is what you gotta ask yourself, right? What you gotta ask yourself is, how does Angryman store all that knowledge of music in my head to the point where I'm reciting lyrics like I heard the shit yesterday? In addition to my knowledge of politics, in addition to my knowledge of what you call red pill content, in addition to every motherfucking thing else I know. Stop coming over here playing with me. I'm a different breed. I'm a different type of nigga. I'm a different type of nigga. And you young niggas, I'm sorry, you don't measure up. You don't even know your history. That's why you ain't hitting on shit. As a wise man once said, in order to know where you're going, you got to know where you come from. And most of you niggas don't know where you come from. That's why you don't know where you're going. See, I grew up with older heads that used to say shit like that. If you don't know where you come from, young blood, you don't know where you're going. They'll say shit like, if you don't believe in something, you'll fall for anything. They say shit like, when the going gets tough, the tough get going. They say shit like, you will lose a lot of money chasing women, but you will never lose women chasing money. See, I grew up in that era where we were smart enough to listen to the wisdom of older folks instead of just calling them old niggas and making fun of them and talking shit about their lifestyle. We didn't do that. We didn't do that. As young niggas coming up, we loved hip-hop. We listened to hip-hop. We rocked hip-hop, all that shit. But we knew James Brown was the godfather of soul. We knew Michael Jackson was the king of pop. We knew who Percy Sledge was. We knew who the OJs was. We knew who the Commodores was. We knew who Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes was. If we was like y'all, we would have made fun of Shaft. We'd have made fun of Superfly. We'd have made fun of all that shit that came before us. But we didn't make fun of the shit because it was our culture. And we wanted to know our culture. And if you didn't know it, you was a clown. Which brings me to something else. When Drake said that line in the song, where he said, what y'all gonna do, have the chicks in the strip club twerking with a dictionary? Here's the funny thing about that Kendrick and Drake shit. Between the two of them, Kendrick's actually the lame one. And that's based on the culture, nigga. That's based on the culture, nigga. That's based on the culture. You nigga, you not about to show up to no damn club and play some music that's teaching niggas some shit. We didn't go to the club to learn some shit, nigga. We went to the club to party. We went to the club to have fun, nigga. All that shit Kendrick over there doing is lame, nigga. It's lame ass shit. The reason why a lot of you young niggas don't know no better, because your ass is lame. That's the whole reason why most of you can't get no women right now. That's the main reason. That's the main reason you niggas can't get no women right now. Because when Drake say, babe, I miss you, you niggas is like, I don't want to hear that shit. Then you run over there talking about some boom, bap, pow, boom, bow, bop, pow. That's why you don't get no bitches. That's why you don't get no bitches. You weirdos. And that's the main reason why you think that weirdo won, because you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo, period. And I hate to tell you, but all that woke shit that Kendrick is doing, that shit died when Kamala didn't win the election. Nobody want to hear that goofball ass shit. That cornball ass music. You can't ride to that shit. You can't vibe to that shit. What Jeezy say, all my gangsters, we gonna ride to this. We gonna vibe to this. We can't vibe to that weirdo ass shit. Nigga straight vibing to weirdo music. Don't tell me my motherfucking mouse is dead. I'm cooking. I'm cooking so bad I done killed my mouse. Babe, can you do me a favor and bring me a AA battery? All right. Niggas is weirdos. And it's crazy. I be sitting back watching you niggas. Don't know your history. Don't know your culture, but every time you look up, you got the word culture in your mouth. That's the funniest shit in the world. Don't even know your culture, but every time you look up, you talking about culture, culture, culture. Which in this day and age, when you niggas say culture, what you really mean is ass ignorant nigga shit. That's really what you mean. Because you ain't talking about Ernie Barnes. You ain't talking about Gordon Parks. You ain't talking about James Baldwin. You ain't talking about B.B. King. You ain't talking about Luther Vandross. You ain't talking about you ain't talking about Malcolm X. You ain't talking about nothing that is really our culture. You not. You talking about all this new age ignorant nigga shit y'all be doing. That's what you talking about. That's what you talking about. You think you fooling somebody. You ain't fooling nobody with that goofy ass shit. Drake is doing exactly what he's supposed to do. He ain't doing nothing no different than what Michael Jackson did. Thank you. He ain't doing nothing no different than what Michael Jackson did, what Prince did, what Tupac did, which is dominate. That's all he doing. That's all he fucking doing. And you niggas don't like it. You know why you don't like it? Because you a bunch of haters. That's why you don't like it. Because you a bunch of hating ass niggas. That's why you don't like it. If Michael Jackson would have been out in this era, you'd have been hating on him too. Which reminds me, you want to know what's really interesting? Why you niggas quiet about the why you niggas quiet about old girl? Why y'all quiet about Angie Stone? Why y'all quiet about Angie Stone? Usually you niggas would be up in arms with Angie, up in arms about something like that. Why y'all quiet about it? Oh, I know why. I know why you quiet about it. I know why you quiet about it. You quiet about it because she was complaining about UMG right before that accident happened. And you just got through talking all kinds of shit about Drake suing UMG. So now you can't jump out there with your conspiracy theories and shit because you're going to look like a fucking hypocrite, right? Right? Here's my question. Do you niggas ever get tired of being wrong? Do you ever get tired of being wrong? Do you Negroes ever get tired of being wrong? Because guess what? The reason why you're still only 13% of the population is because your ass is wrong. The reason why you're still at the bottom of the damn socioeconomic totem pole is because you're wrong. The reason why you don't have a high marriage rate or a high birth rate is because you're wrong. The reason why you don't have intact family units is because you're wrong. It's because you're wrong. Matter of fact, let me break down how wrong you actually are. Let me give you some facts. Let me give you some facts so you can know how wrong you are, right? This is how wrong you are. 72% of inmates in state prison were raised by single mothers. 72%. 72%. Here's another one for you. 70% of divorces initiated by women. What do you mean by that, angry man? Because when we call out these women, you're like, stop doing that. Okay. You're wrong about that shit too. Right? Well, what else? 60 million baby deletions since 1973. 60 million. 60 million. Guess what? Only 2.8 million military casualties in the U.S. since 1775. Only 2.8 million American casualties since 1775, but you got 60 million baby deletions since 1973. Here's another thing about you being wrong. Because, you know, you got all of these niggas running around here talking about some, the women, they the most educated and they get into the bag. Oh, okay. Most educated, right? Most educated. What comes along with that? Well, let's see. 85% of those living paycheck to paycheck are women. Women hold 67% of all the student loan debt. 67%. 77% of black children born to unwed mothers. 77%. 52% of American women are single. One out of four women take mental health meds. A lot of these problems are in our community. Do y'all ever get tired of being wrong? Like, seriously. Seriously, do y'all ever get tired? And we're not even gonna go into the stats. We're not even gonna touch the stats on the men. Do you ever get tired of being wrong? It's just like that minister that was talking about how black people will basically ostracize you and kick you out of the club of being black or take your black card because you ain't a Democrat. Do you have any idea how asinine that is? Do you have any idea how stupid that is? I said it a while back on my show. I said, if you made it crystal clear to both parties that black people are always going to vote Democrat, then guess what? The Democrats don't got to fight for your vote because they know they already got it. The Republicans don't got to fight for your vote because they know they ain't going to get it. Now, that pastor said that. I've been said it. But niggas think they know everything. You can't tell a nigga nothing. Especially these new niggas. Especially these younger niggas. You can't tell them shit. They think they know everything and they don't know nothing. You can't talk to them. You can't school them. You can't pull them by the coattail. You can't do nothing with them. They don't know shit. They're walking around here looking crazy in the damn face. Really, to be truthfully honest, you've become a bunch of uneducated, uncouth savages. And that's putting it nicely. Because there's no other way to describe you other than savagery when you delete your own babies to the tune of 1,000 per day. There's no other way to describe it except savagery. When you walking through your neighborhood trying to take out another brother that look just like you, like it's some kind of damn video game. Talking about you spinning the block on the ops, keeping score like it's a video game. Do you have any idea how foolish that shit is? But you want to come up in here and tell me I don't know rap because I said something about Kendrick and Drake? Nigga, let me tell you something. You goofy niggas got bigger problems than whether or not Kendrick or Drake won that fucking beef. You got bigger problems than that. You got bigger fish to fry than that. And the sad part is you are too inept to understand it. You're too slow to understand it. That's why the Democrats and the left got your ass fooled right now. That's why it's so easy to trick y'all. Because you don't know shit. You don't know shit. Most of you, they could trick most of you into communism and socialism and all of that shit. You know why? Because your knowledge of history doesn't go back to how problematic communism was. You don't know shit about Castro. You don't know shit about Mao. You don't know shit about the short mustache guy. Hell, if you did know something about it, you would know what they're doing over there in the UK right now and in Germany is exactly what was problematic in the 1940s. They over there silencing people by law. So when Donald Trump gets up there on the podium and says that we're the freest country in the world, he ain't lying. Germany's so bad, they not only locking people up for what they say on the internet, they're locking you up if you repost something somebody said that they don't like. And now the UK is basically saying if you're an American and you said something on the internet that they didn't like or they deemed to be illegal, if you take your ass to the UK, guess what? The moment you get off that damn plane, guess what they're going to do? They're going to arrest your ass. You tell me how crazy that is. But you got Negroes in this country that's so quick to throw up their fist and fight for other countries. That's all good because they don't have to worry about me going to any of them damn countries. I stay my ass right here in the good old US of A. I will stay my ass right here. But I tell you what, I know one thing for sure and two things for certain. Sooner or later, you young niggas, sooner or later, you're going to have to listen to somebody. Sooner or later, you're going to have to listen to somebody. Because you ain't going to be able to keep bucking the tiger. That's for damn sure. You ain't going to be able to keep doing that. Because I'm going to tell you the truth, and you can get mad about it if you want to. You can talk as much shit about my generation as you want to. But guess what? The only hope for the world is my generation. Not the U.S., the world. The only hope for the world is my generation, Gen X. We the only hope. And if you think I'm lying, go look at that speech Donald Trump gave and look at how them Democrats is sitting there mad like a bunch of petulant children. Mostly boomers. Mad because they can't get their fucking way. They need to go have several seats in a nursing home and get the hell out of the damn way. But I tell you what, we getting ready to get into these topics. We gonna watch this speech that Trump gave. I need y'all to support the show. I don't know what's going on with the Cash App, why we not getting no support. We need some support on the Cash App side of the game. Shout out to Global Pastimes. He said supporting the show. Hit the Cash App and support the show. Shout out to Knucklehead. He said appreciate the live show every night, brother. Helps the miles go by much easier in the rig, no doubt. Shout out to the Danger Room podcast hosted by Beastly Nerd. He said it's sad because knowledge was supposed to be one of the pillars of hip hop. So not knowing the history or respecting the artists that came before them upsets. Shout out to Sean. He says still no ball of MJG. My bad, fam. Shout out to Oren. Appreciate you. Shout out to Gungu. He said, AM, I'm doing real life Street Stars Friday. The blue couch. That's what's up, fam. That's what's up. Hey, do me a favor. You don't gotta ask them. You don't gotta ask them when they're filming, but ask them why they ain't never asked the Angryman to come there. Do that. Do me that solid, bro. I need to understand why these niggas ain't never hit me up. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to not an OVO fan, but love the channel regardless of the beef. 50 wins by default. King of Petty. Shout out to Red, said love the show, appreciate you. Shout out to Malachi, said college degrees lost their value when schools started accepting too many women who take meaningless subjects. That's when we lost our inventors, aka our modern day creators. Yep. Creativity is at an all-time low. Creativity is at an all-time low. You feel me? Shout out to Gongu. He said, AM, I got you on that request. I appreciate it, bro. You a real G for that one. Real talk. Real talk. Yo, shout out to Jay Jermaine in the building. Appreciate you. Shout out to Andre. He said, killing them with the facts. Empty the clip, bruh. And it's not surprising. Europe is turning, look, every time we have a movie where the society is falling into some sort of totalitarian shit, you notice it's always the UK first? You know it's always a European country first. You remember V for Vendetta? That shit was in the UK. That shit was over there somewhere. And let's be real. The fact that Germany has the nerve to be doing this shit, that shit is hilarious to me. The fact that they have the nerve to be doing that, knowing their history. That shit is crazy. Yo, shout out to Vernon. He said for the show. Shout out to Larry. He said salute my brother. I don't know how to pronounce that. He said LaFleur Domaine double Ligro for me. Appreciate you, bro. That shit is crazy. And their excuse is even crazier. They basically said, well, you know, the reason why we're doing this is because hate speech is dangerous. And they're like, you know, the short mustache guy, he was all about hate speech. So we're gonna silence hate speech. No, what you're doing is you're silencing free speech. And what I'm trying to figure out is how are you trying to avoid doing what the short mustache man did by doing what the short mustache man did? That makes absolutely no damn sense. Absolutely no sense. Sending your jackbooted thugs to kick in somebody's door and arrest them for something they said on the internet is very reminiscent of 1940s Germany. And I hope and pray to God, that Trump does something about it. Because they need to be calmed the fuck down. Like yesterday. Them and the UK. They need to be calmed down like yesterday. Because trust and believe, those who forget the past and don't learn from it are doomed to repeat it. Saab Ben Yo said, you sound sunken. Please explain how. Please explain what that even means. What do you mean sunken? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean right there? Please tell me what that means. Shout out to Joey. He said those DMX and cannabis rare gems, young niggas learn. Facts.
$50 boss up. Stack up and match up.
No, I know the term. I just want to know in what context is he using. Is he trying to say I'm in the sunken place? Is that what you're trying to say? You trying to say I'm in the sunken place? I would love to hear this. I want to go ahead and give me the explanation. I want to know. Go ahead and give me the explanation how I'm in the sunken place. Please tell me. I would love to know. Please tell me. Please tell me how me speaking out against the silencing of freedom of speech has me in the sunken place. I really want to understand that. Said, what should Trump do about Representative Green? He ain't got to do nothing about him. He did what he was supposed to do. He did what he was supposed to do. Representative Green wanted to act like a child cutting up in class, so he got sent out of class. That's what he was supposed to do. That's what he was supposed to do. Yes, that's parliamentary procedure. If they're saying you have to maintain decorum in the chambers, then you have to maintain decorum. You can't just stand up and start yelling while the president is giving a speech. You can't just stand up and start yelling while the president is giving a speech. And I know what they're gonna do. They're gonna try their best to make it seem like that was some racist shit. You watch. That's the angle that they're gonna go at it from. They're gonna say that was a shameful thing. No, the only thing that was shameful was Al Green's behavior. That's what was shameful. Standing up there pointing his cane. You don't have a mandate. Nigga, get your ignorant ass out of these chambers. He has the latitude to protest. No, time and a place. Time and a place. There's a time and a place for everything. And that's not the place for that. That's not the place for that. Point blank, period. Let's check out. Y'all ready to check out Trump's speech? Shout out to Big Mike. Big Mike said the women are at fault. Watch the video. Appreciate you, bro. Shout out to David. He said expose these anti-Americans. All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to pull up the video. Shout out to Irvin. He said education chart. Check this out. We're going to play the video. We definitely need some people to support the show. We definitely need some sponsors. Hit the Cash App and support the show. All of that good stuff. Y'all already know what it is, man.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Show the Democrats' faces. Look over here in the corner. Look over here in the corner. You see him? You know why? You know why the American B-dub can't stand Trump? Or at least the ones in Congress, right? Press one if y'all want to know why the American B-dubs that are in Congress can't stand Trump. Press one if y'all want to know why. Because they can't dominate him the way they do black men. That's the reason why they can't stand him. So let's start with this. Let's start with how disrespectful the Democrats are by not standing up as the president comes in. Let's start with that. Let's start with that. It's hilarious to me because they don't even care how they look. They don't even care how they look. Look, even Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer. See, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer, and what's my man's name? I forgot his name. At least they're smart enough to know they still have to maintain some sense of professionalism. Like, that's why you see them standing. They got enough sense to know, okay, I don't like the guy, but he's still the president. We still gotta stand up. Hold on for a second. Frank Stocker said, we'll see if you will be saying this BS in 6 months. Meaning what? Meaning what, Frank? Meaning what? Meaning what? Meaning you will be putting on the uniform to fight, sir. Man, shut your stupid motherfucking ass up. Putting on the uniform to fight what? To fight what? To fight what? Putting on the uniform to fight what? Putting on a uniform to fight what? Putting on a uniform to fight what? Answer the question. Answer the question. Oh, now you're quiet. Now you're quiet. So let's assume that we know what you're talking about. If I were to guess, you're probably one of those people that's basically saying, oh, based on Trump's actions, he's going to start a war. And when he starts a war, then you're going to have to put on a uniform and fight. He said, guys like you run your mouth, but you could not make it in the military. Oh, you think so? You think so? I could kick your fucking ass. In fact, the last motherfucker I knocked out was a military guy. The last guy I knocked out was 6'4" military guy, said he boxed in the Golden Gloves. Didn't help him out that much. See, even if you say something like, oh, you're going to have to put on a uniform and go fight. Here's the thing, bro. Not everybody is a coward in this country. Not everybody's a coward in this country. When the pandemic happened, I didn't buy water. I bought guns. You got me fucked up. I don't know if you know or not, but this is America. You don't have to go to the military to get a Purple Heart in this country. So when you start saying shit like guys like you, nigga, let me tell you something. Don't play yourself. Don't play yourself. Yeah, I do got a big mouth. I got a big mouth. I got big money. And I got big guns. Somebody do me a favor. Kick that bitch out of my chat room. And by the way, to everybody watching, you know what's going to happen in 6 months? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. You know what's hilarious to me? What's hilarious to me is all of these motherfuckers talking about some, just wait and see what Trump is going to do. Y'all act like we didn't have Trump for 4 years already. You was singing that same bullshit back in 2016. We've had Trump in office already. Now, let me break something down for you. It's very simple. It's very simple, right? If we was going to end up in a war, it would already happen. You want to know why? Because Joe Biden backing up Zelensky in Ukraine, guess what that was? Yeah, if you don't understand that, then we don't need to have no conversation because you don't even understand geopolitics. Now, you know what's hilarious about all of this shit? What's hilarious about all of this shit is I'm really noticing the derangement of some of these anti-American Americans. Instead of them wanting Trump to succeed, they want something fucked up to happen just so they can be right. Let that shit sink in for a second. They want something catastrophic to happen just so they can be right. Now, ask yourself this question. Why are the Democrats still sitting? Why are they not clapping when everybody's chanting USA? Why are the Democrats still sitting and not chanting while the Republicans are chanting USA?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at the Democrats. Why are they there? Is it mandatory that they have to be there? Is it mandatory that they have to be there? Why are they there? Look at Al Green. That's what, yo, I'm going to tell you why they mad like this, bro.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
Look at Al Green's face. Look at Adam Schiff. See, this is what happens when you mess with their money. That's why they mad, bruh. That's why they upset. It's that money, bruh. They can't even keep on the front. Cause the money, he done messed up their money. Look at that face. He hurting.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
And Elon up in there, you know they really salty. You know they super salty. They like, oh, you got Elon up in here, man. This is some bullshit.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
Yo, Trump loves rubbing that shit in, bruh. And look at them. They over here with the little goofy ass signs like children. This shit is goofy as hell. They over there with their little signs. Like, get out of here. Got their little church fan signs and shit.
We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Did you see how he looked over at him? Are they really booing? Get the fuck out of here. Look. Yo. I love it. I love seeing when people try to, when a dude is the underdog and people try to beat him down and he still prevails, he still comes out on top. Look, the Republican Party, there's no rhinos over there. That's all MAGA. It's all MAGA, bro. Yo, man, hit the Cash App and support the show, man. We need a sponsor. Somebody sponsor the show, man.
counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
Did he just point at Representative Al Green? He said, Republican.
Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Check out Newt Gingrich. Yo, old Newt sitting over there laughing his ass off. He think that shit funny as hell, bruh.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Member.
Man, if you don't get your fake ass wannabe Ronald Isley, wannabe Mr. Big with the slick back ponytail up out of here, bro, ain't nobody trying to hear that shit. I hope, I swear to God, I hope some of these folks get primaried. I hope they get primaried. Oh, my God.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members...
Yo, J.D. Vance said, get him out of here. Yo, J.D. Vance. Yo. And like giving him warnings like, take your seat, sir. He's still talking shit. J.D. like, hey, man, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him up out of here, bruh.
Continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum. The chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Yeah. Get your cane and your Skittles and your Ike and Mikes and whatever else you got and get up out of here, bro. You're done, son. You're done, son. You see Jasmine Crockett sitting there looking upset. Oh. Look at her. Oh my God. Yo, they in there with signs. Save USAID. Musk steals. Why would you think? Okay, Elon Musk finding the waste and fraud, and President Trump shutting down USAID. Why would they think that's stealing unless they think it's their money?
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record, to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Facts. Facts. Facts.
In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many.
Look at them. They're like children. Look at them. They're like, yo, they are like children. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. Look at this. Save Medicaid. Musk steals. Save Medicaid. That's a lie. False, false, false. Look, they're like children. They're like children. Look at Great Value Weekend back here with his broke ass. Like, this nigga is literally in Congress and couldn't even get approved for a damn apartment.
And what makes it even more impressive is that, you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do.
Now, they not used to that. They not used to being called out like that. You know they gotta be fuming. You know they gotta be heated. If I was Trump, I'd have been like, just look at him. See him over there? Just take a moment just to look at him. Look at him with the little signs. You know what I'm saying? Look at him with the little signs or whatever.
Do it no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
JD Vance is laughing his ass off, bro. Because look, he literally just put them on the spot. He said, look, hey, man, for at least tonight, why don't you cheer with us about the comeback of America and the wonderful things we're doing? They sit over there like, we didn't do it, so we don't care. They over there like a, yo, bruh. They over there like one of them old school movies, like one of them old school movies where the kids be like, phooey.
Every day my administration is.
And look, matter of fact, how many of y'all saw that movie when they took Al Green out of there, when they took Representative Al Green out of there? You know what it reminded me of? How many of y'all seen that movie, Brother, Where Art Thou? Y'all ever seen that movie? Press 1 if you ever saw that movie, Brother, Where Art Thou, with George Clooney. You remember the part at the end where he was like, is you is or is you ain't my constituency? Is you is or is you ain't my constituency? Bruh, when they was bringing Al Green out of there, I thought they was going to come in there with the log. How the dudes come running in there with the log, and then they sit the person on the log and take them out. Is you is or is you ain't my constituents?
Fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves. And
now watch, now that I've said that, somebody's going to go run and make the meme. Somebody's going to go watch. If you watching TikTok or any of the other, or X or whatever, watch. I guarantee you somebody go make that meme because I said it, right?
Doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid.
Show their faces. Show the Democrats. Show the Democrats.
I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying.
And by the way, look at his face. Now look, let me break something down for y'all, right? He said the Green New Scam, right? You know why he's calling it the new scam? In the 70s, they said we were headed to another ice age. In the 80s, it switched from we're heading to a new, in the 80s, it switched from we're headed to a new ice age to acid rain. In the 90s, it switched from acid rain to the ozone layer. Now, let's see, after that, It wasn't the ozone layer. It was we're running out of oil. We're running out of fossil fuels. Right? Now it's global warming. They do this shit every decade. Every decade they do this shit.
I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden.
Said the Soggy Bottom Boys. I am the man of constant sorrow. I seen trouble all my day.
Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm looking at some of them Democrats. Some of them jokers is sweating bullets. Y'all notice that? Some of them over there sweating.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first day. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we've ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good.
Oh my God, the savagery. The savagery. Oh my God, the savagery.
President is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too
good. Uh-oh, they got Little Bill in there. I ain't see Little Bill back there. Check out Little Bill back there. Look, she got a smirk. She got a look. I don't care who you are. She gotta appreciate the fact that Trump is throwing shade. She gotta appreciate it. I don't care what nobody say.
And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Now, that's the other thing. I don't know if y'all remember this or not. This is how I know that the whole Ukraine thing, it was something up with it, right? Because when we first started getting news about it, back when Biden was in office, we wasn't even allowed to talk about it. Y'all remember that? We wasn't even allowed to talk about it on YouTube. We weren't even allowed to talk about it.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
Oh, you know they mad about that. You know they mad about that. Please bring up the Gulf of America, because you know that really ticked them off. Please, hey yo, what's going on with the support? We need some people to hit the Cash App and support the show, man. Yo, shout out to David. He said America Strikes Back. Shout out to Dark Bushido, said the fact that there are any blacks in Congress simping for Ukraine, a country filled with neo-Yazis, tells you everything you need to know about these ninjas. Facts. Because they're power hungry. They don't care who gives them power. Shout out to Uncle Buck. He said, yo, V, Cash App is hit. I tagged that mofo in a minute ago. Check it. I got you, bro. Hold on 1 second. Yo, shout out to Uncle Buck. Let's see. Hold on. Shout out to Uncle Buck. He said, yo, I got you. Run it. Snapping necks.
Here we go again. $100 boss up. Going down. Stack up and match up.
Appreciate that, Uncle Buck. Appreciate you being a sponsor of the show. Let's see. Also, give me 1 second. Shout out to Billy Goat. He said, sorry, Ed Carlos Hera. My family was here before the United States was founded. Shout out to Billy Goat Gruff. He said, for playing this for the masses. Shout out to Billy Goat Gruff. He said, this literally looks like the scene from Head of State with Chris Rock. It does. It does, bro. That shit is crazy. Shout out to David, said, who made those tiny signs? Tiny Zelensky. Oh my God, that's freaking hilarious, bro.
I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
He turned around and looked at him when he said it. He turned around and looked at him when he said it. Oh, we gotta replay that shit. We gotta replay that.
And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. I love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
She gonna cry in the car. Sweet Jesus. This man is roasting. This man is cooking.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, And likewise, I renamed for a great president, President William McKinley. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
Yo, the cameraman is petty. The cameraman is petty, bruh. The cameraman is petty. Soon as he said it, they put the camera right on Ilhan Omar. She look like she about to cry, bro. Oh my God.
And our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Yo, man, shout out to KGY. shout out to KJ. He said it's the presidential roast of the Democrats. Break out the s'mores. Oh my God.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports.
So we got Ben Shapiro and what's my man's name? Damn, what's his name? His name is Josh. No, it's not Josh, is it? No, it's Matt. Matt. You got Ben Shapiro and Matt. Matt is funny as hell. He's funny as hell. I'll give him credit. He's funny as hell. Matt Waltz, yeah. He's funny as hell, bro.
3 years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, Just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours.
Yeah, we are not the same. That has to be acknowledged. Like, men and women physically, athletically are not the same.
It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
Look. Ooh, she's fuming. She is fuming. See, she don't get to stand back there behind him this time and tear his speech in half. She don't get to do that. You know, last time he was in office, she was behind him. She got to tear his speech or whatever. Now she got to sit in the damn audience.
Longer.
Look at her. Look at her. Ooh, she's heated. Heated. Can't do nothing.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation.
He looking right at him, bruh. Tell me Trump ain't gangster. He looking right at him while he's saying that shit. It was your policies that did that. It was your policies that drove up grocery prices, inflation, made the basic necessities out of reach for millions of Americans. I want to see how many of them are holding up the false sign with that.
In 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country, they're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
Look, they holding up the signs. This right here, y'all. I hope y'all see this. This is the Democratic Party. This is the Democratic Party. Everything he said is true. So why are they holding up their signs? Everything he said is true. I really hope everybody in America is paying attention to this shit.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control. And we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
They leaving. They got shirts that say resist on the back of it. Oh, they can't take the heat.
A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
Let's pause for a second. Let's pause for a second. Emmanuel Chandler said, Angry Man, love and support the show, homie. My question to you is this: with everything he's claiming / blaming on others, what's his detailed plan to fix it? Well, number one, the blame that he's putting out there, is it a fact? Because he's not claiming anything. It's the truth. What he just said is the truth. We sat back and watched as Joe Biden did everything in his power, either purposely or inadvertently, to tank the damn economy. So what's his plan to get things down? Let's see. His number one plan to get things down, to get the cost down, is to first get rid of government waste and spending. In other words, shrink the government back down so that a lot of our tax dollars are not going to paying bureaucrats that don't even do their jobs. Not to mention bureaucrats that have positions that are not even necessary. You have people that literally work for the government that's working from home. You even had some that were found to be working other jobs while still collecting a government paycheck. So that's one thing. The first thing is to get government spending down so that we're not increasing the deficit. You may not be old enough to remember, but under Bill Clinton, we actually ended up having a balanced budget. And you know the reason why? Because Clinton fired 377,000 federal employees. So this is not the first time that this has occurred. So that's number one, okay? Number two is drilling more oil so that we're not dependent on foreign oil. That's number two. Now, if we're drilling more oil, that brings down the cost of energy. If that brings down the cost of energy, guess what? Most of our goods and services are being transported across the country by our hardworking truck drivers, many of which who watch my show, a lot of which are watching right now as they're driving their rigs. If he brings down the cost of energy, that also will help bring down the cost of transporting goods and services, which in turn could also bring down the cost of goods and services. Okay? The next thing is economic stimulus. By Elon and them finding all of that money and giving some of that money back to the American people, between $5,000 to $8,000, which I think they're going to start doing in May, that actually will infuse the economy. That actually will give a lot of relief to millions of Americans, millions of taxpaying Americans, and give them the ability to give the economy a boost. Not to mention his biggest plan, which is to charge tariffs on other countries for the goods and services that they send to this country, which will do two things. One, it'll allow us to collect more money from countries that have been taking advantage of us for decades. Two, it'll be a deterrent for American companies that want to go to other countries and set up their factories and get basically slave labor. Instead, they'll have their factories here. One of which is Apple, which already pledged to invest $500 billion in having a facility here. Not to mention, if I'm not mistaken, Honda is supposed to be manufacturing their cars here, their Civic here, the Honda Civic here instead of in Mexico. Is that good enough for you? Is that good enough for you? Oh, and of course, there's the other thing, extending the tax cuts that he put in before, which didn't benefit simply the wealthy or the rich or the billionaires. It was a tax cut across the board that actually benefited everybody. In fact, the less money you make in this country, the lower your tax rate is. So all of those things will get us back on track and fix the Biden nightmare, which is basically Jimmy Carter 2.0. Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question? Do y'all think, oh yeah, I forgot that. Thank you, KJ. Also, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. So the people that work for tips will be able to keep more of their money. The people who are working class folks, middle class, working class, blue collar folks that work overtime will be able to keep more of their money. The people that are on fixed incomes, like my grandmother was on a fixed income with a Social Security check, will be able to keep more of their money. That also helps the economy. What do y'all think? Does that answer his question sufficiently? Press 1 if y'all think that answers his question sufficiently. And for future reference, Emmanuel Chandler, instead of you listening to what the Democrats say and what the mainstream media says, how about you pay attention to what Trump actually says? Because guess what? If you were actually paying attention to Trump instead of listening to his naysayers, I wouldn't have had to explain that to you. You would already know that. You would already know that. The fact that you're even in here at this point asking me what is his detailed plan to fix it shows me a lot about your mentality. It shows me a lot about what you've been consuming, because everything that I just laid out, Donald Trump has been saying that since his campaign. He's been saying that at every single rally. Everything that he's doing right now that he's implementing, he said he was going to do it on the campaign trail. And since he's been in office, he's detailed what his plan is. Countless other Republicans have went on media networks and detailed what Donald Trump's plan is. So how do you not know this? Or is it that you thought when you asked that question, I wasn't going to have an answer? Stop playing with me, y'all. We do this over here. This is the street conservative. We do this over here.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Now, here's my question. Did Emmanuel answer me? Emmanuel, I asked you a question, just like you asked me a question. He said, and Americans are paying the price. How? Please tell me. Please tell me how. I want you to explain to me how. I want you to explain to me how. See, niggas like you think you slick. You start off trying to butter somebody's ass, and then you say some slick shit. Talking about, yo, I love and respect the show. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Stop lying. Stop lying and just stand on business. You feel me? Just stand on business. Please explain to me how the Americans are paying for it. Explain to me how the Americans are paying for it. I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. I want to know. Said Emmanuel tried to start with a loaded question like we are stupid. Yeah. Come on, Emmanuel. You on the spot now, bruh. I answered your question, now answer mine. How are we paying for it? How are we paying for it? How are we paying for it? And I would say I would drop the link, but I know you're not going to come up here. I get tired of dropping the link and niggas like you don't come up and substantiate your argument.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
What's wrong, Elizabeth? What's the matter, Elizabeth? Oh, you losing money. You losing your grip on power. Oh, that's sad. That's sad.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that.
Oh my God! And look. Let me say this to Emmanuel. Did he leave? Is he still here? Are you still here, Emmanuel? Are you still here, bro? Are you still here, Emmanuel? So here's the thing, bro. Let me break something down for you, right? Let me break something down for you. Before Joe Biden got elected, this is what I said to everybody on the Street Conservative channel. I said, look, what Joe Biden's going to do, it's not going to affect people like me. Not like that. It's going to affect the average, everyday working class person. When my wife complains to me about the price of eggs, you know what I tell her? Buy the eggs. I don't know how much eggs cost. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I just put the shit in the cart and pay for it. So that shit doesn't affect me. And what you don't realize is, look, I don't have to be doing shows about this. I didn't have to do shows to try to warn people about Joe Biden and the Democrats. I was going to be straight regardless. But the reason why I'm doing this, the same reason that Donald Trump is doing what he's doing, the same reason that Elon is doing what he's doing, is because they actually give a shit about the country. Elon don't got to do this. He's the richest man in the world. He could be chilling somewhere on a yacht. Trump don't got to do this. Trump is he's a multi-billionaire. Trump could be somewhere on a golf course right now. He could be chilling in Mar-a-Lago right now. He don't got to be standing up there listening to the jeers and the boos of the damn Democrats. He could have just stood by and allowed this foolishness to go on because it wasn't going to affect him. I sat back and I watched when Joe Biden was in office as everybody struggled. I watched as people around me struggled. Didn't affect me like that. I went and bought a Corvette. It didn't affect me like that. But I know people that are working class, people that are blue-collar workers, I know it's affecting them. Grocery prices, inflation, all of that shit, I know it's affecting them. So if you can't recognize that what the Democrats were doing in the past 4 years was devastating to average Americans, I don't know what to tell you. Go look at the election results. Go look at the election results. The man won the Electoral College. He won the popular vote. Most of the counties in this country turned red. Right? He won every single swing state. All of them. That does not happen that often. Okay? The reason why all of that went down like that is because the American people have been hurting. And guess what? In comparison to what Americans were able to do while Trump was in office, the shit is like night and day. Every truck driver that's watching this show right now, every blue-collar worker that's watching this show right now, every working class person that's watching this show right now, every entrepreneur that's watching this show right now will tell you flat out, they made more money under Donald Trump's first term than any other president. They had more economic growth in his first term than any other president, and Joe Biden brought his raggedy, racist, trifling, archaic, sleepy ass into office and undid all of that shit with a wave of his damn pen and his executive orders. And the fact that you niggas are sitting around acting like you don't fucking see that is disgusting. It makes me sick to my damn stomach that you hate Donald Trump so much that you refuse to acknowledge the fucking reality your ass has been living for the past 4 years. So pardon the fuck out of me if I don't want to have a back and forth conversation with you about what you think Trump is doing wrong. You know what you can do? You can go get your passport. You can get you a plane ticket and get the fuck out of America. That's what you can do. If you don't like it.
Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. You know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. The most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Look at them over there. Look at them over there with they talking about lies. So they want us to believe that Trump and Elon is just making it up. That's what they want us to believe.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
Oh, Emmanuel, you probably don't like that. You're probably against that, right? You're probably against putting more money in your pocket, right? You're against that, right? Let me tell you something. I just saw a bunch of people in here saying that there was one person that said 2019 was his best year in business. Another person said the last 4 years devastated their business. They literally had to rebuild it. When Donald Trump was on the campaign trail the first time, right before he got elected, I was sitting on a cot in a back room of my grandmother's house with my laptop editing YouTube videos. Around that time, I probably made about $30,000 a year, if that. As a barber, sometimes tattoo artist, occasionally doing tattoos, maybe around 30,000. We're struggling. 3 boys to take care of. Wasn't doing well. By 2019, under the Trump administration, I became a 6-figure earner. During Trump's presidency, I watched my income double every year. You're not going to be able to come in here and tell me shit about Trump. I don't care who you are. And needless to say, my income has not doubled every single year that Joe Biden was in office. My income has pretty much remained at the same level with Joe Biden in office. Had Trump got 2 terms, had he been in that office for 8 years, I have no doubt in my mind that right now at this moment, I would already be a millionaire. So you can't tell me shit about Trump. You can't tell me nothing about Trump. I don't want to hear it.
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Now, here's the reality, because I got to point this out. Now, that was a bold claim that he made. But guess what? Guess what? With everything that Trump is trying to implement, between the tariffs, between drilling for oil, between tax cuts, but most of all, shrinking the government, getting rid of the waste and the bloat, getting rid of the fraud and all of the wasteful spending, he might actually be able to do it. He might actually be able to do it in 4 years. That's what's so crazy about it. He might be able to do it.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very.
Let's see. Emmanuel said, so your dedication to Trump is personal and not objective. I'm gonna read that again so y'all can hear it. Emmanuel said, so your dedication to Trump is personal and not objective. Does that make any sense to y'all? Does that statement make any sense to y'all? Does that question make any sense to y'all? Let's do this, because Emmanuel probably doesn't even know what the word objectivity means, right? Objectivity, the quality of being objective, right? Quality of being objective. Objective of a person or their judgment, not influenced by personal feelings or opinions in considering and representing facts, right? So here's my question. Are you willing to tell me right now, Emmanuel, that you nor anybody else in America votes for politicians for personal reasons. You literally have an entire party, the Democrats. You have an entire party that are sitting there right now watching Donald Trump talk about things that will benefit America, and they're mad about it. Are they thinking objectively? He's literally the president of the United States. He's literally the commander in chief, and they refused to stand up as he walked into the chambers. Are you going to tell me that's not personal? Are you going to tell me that that's not personal? He said it isn't just personal for me. He said, oh, it's definitely personal. Okay, then. So we've gotten that out of the way. Now you said it isn't just personal, not for me. Okay, then what is it? What is your objective opinion? Not your personal opinion of Trump. What is your objective opinion of Trump? What is your objective opinion of Trump? Because see, here's the funny thing about this. The funny thing about this is I am a man. Men are capable of compartmentalizing. It is basically the act of being able to walk and chew gum at the same time. I can like Trump for both personal reasons and objective reasons. I can like Trump personally because I just like his mentality. I like the way he carries himself. I like his fighter spirit. I like his Gen X tendencies, even though he's a boomer. Now, objectively, I rock with him because of what he did in his first term and what he is currently doing right now. He is an effective commander in chief. Chief Disaster said his question did make sense. No, the fuck it didn't. The reason why his question didn't make sense is because he made it seem like you can only do one or the other. That's the reason why his question didn't make any fucking sense. The way he posed it as if I would have to choose between being objective and or my personal thoughts. That's where the problem was at. That's where the problem was at. Trump is not the best representation of the best need for the spirit of our country. Based on what? Based on what? Based on what? In fact, 77 million people would disagree with you. It's not a small number. $77 million says send the link. Okay, I got you. I got you. And you better click it too. Because if you don't click the link, you're going to be banned up out of here. You better click it too. There's the link right there. There's the link right there. Let's see. Gianni said, "Angry man, you should run for office. I'd vote for you." You want to know what's funny? There's been a couple of times up here I've stated that I have a cousin that's actually a mayor. I just found out he's running for Senate. Come on, Emmanuel. We're waiting. Yo, while we're waiting on him, you guys hit the Cash App and support the show. Shout out to the Surly JB, said Trump playing all the hits tonight. Shout out to Black Goku Zero, said make common sense great again. Shout out to Detroit 313, said truck driver here, it's accurate. Shout out to Akiak, said AM, he don't care to know because it ain't a Democrat doing what Trump actually doing. Shout out to Detroit 313, said did Biden tell his detailed plan along with policies of State of the Union back in 4 years ago? Hell no, because he rarely ever spoke to the damn country. David said, ho Biden. Deborah said, this is insane, my God. Shout out to Amani, said, why the Dems still denying it? Shout out to Mike Z, said, a lot of y'all got fam who got evictions, repos, and lost businesses under the last administration, but still sit with the dummies on the left. Wake up, bruh. Shout out to the Incel Factor. He said, at this point, people should stop for voting Democrats. Shaking my head. Shout out to Mike Z, said, I was making $100K every 6 months med contract, and then Bidenomics kicked in and knocked me down to 50. Shout out to Deron. Appreciate you. Shout out to Yusaki. I think that's how you pronounce that. Appreciate you. Shout out to John. He said, best show on YouTube. Appreciate you. Emmanuel, where you at, bruh? Where are you at? Where you at, bruh? Trying to click this link. Okay, if you're on your phone, you're probably going to have trouble clicking the link. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put the link on the other channel. I'm going to put the link on the other channel. Other channel. Other channel. Go over there and click the link. That link that I just, that link right there, go over there and click the link. Noble Imhotep said he won't hit the link. I don't think he's going to hit the link either. I'm going to give him an opportunity to, because I really want to hear this shit. While we're waiting on him to do that, let's get back to the video.
Very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out.
Now, the crazy thing about this plan that he has for the gold card, he might actually be able to balance the budget with just that. Hold on. There was a dude I was watching that broke that shit down. Let's see if I can find him real quick. Here we go right here.
I just did the math and the research on Donald Trump's new gold card process, so you don't have to. There's an estimated 58 million millionaires worldwide. 22 million of them are already United States citizens. That leaves 36 million potential candidates. Each candidate would have to pay $5 million and create 5 new jobs in the United States. The national debt is currently $36.2 trillion. 36.2 trillion divided by 5 million comes out to 7,240,000. This means if 7.24 million of those 36 million millionaires decide to become United States citizens, it pays our national debt all the way down to zero. And since each one of them have to create 5 new jobs, that's a grand total of 36.2 billion new jobs in America. So what?
Crazy. Emmanuel.
Yo.
So go ahead and break down for me what you were trying to say in the chat room.
Angryman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
So go ahead and break down why you think Trump is not the best representation for the country.
Okay. Let me start by saying that I am not as well versed as you or some others in the world of politics, and I'm not claiming to be.
Okay.
What I am saying, however, is that throughout Trump's presidency the first time, throughout every bit a part of his campaign, he showcased to himself. Earlier, you told me, am I listening to Trump? I've been listening to Trump since he started this run back in, what was that, 2016 or however long it was?
Okay.
And the thing is from the time that he started down that escalator and through his campaign trail the first time, the second time, the third time, this man has showcased to us that he was not the best thing for the country. And by that, what I mean is, excuse me, I'm sorry. He spent his time burning bridges. He spent his time denigrating people, in terms, and it wasn't necessarily just denigrating people in the area of money, because it's like, okay, he's a businessman first. Cool. But my thing is money ain't everything. And if you're turning heel on people, and grinding people under your boot for the sake of money, my man, that's not the healthiest thing for the country, especially the fact that we have such a jagged history with money in the first place. And so there's a lot I could say about Trump as it relates to the spirit of the country, man. But the thing is he showcased himself just by, not even through media, not even through the various things that we see, whether it's pundits or newscasters saying whatever, out of his own mouth. It's like, my man, you can go on, you can on your campaign trail, you can talk about the masses of disabled veterans, and then expect them to want to actually support you because it's like, oh, well, I'm gonna make you more money. It's like, yeah, bro, but you just talk about my mom, you just talk about my disability, you talk about my service as a Navy sailor, or you talk about my place as a Marine, and my thing is like, he showcased himself as a demagogue from the very first time that he dropped himself on this campaign trail, man. And all I'm saying is money's great, but money ain't everything. And he certainly showcased himself as a money guy and nothing else.
Okay, so number one, you're talking about him denigrating people. From the moment that Donald Trump started campaigning, do you realize he was attacked by the entire political establishment? Do you realize,
I would say that's true.
Do you realize that before he even ran for president, he was at one of the White House Correspondents' dinners, and Barack Obama made it a point to make Donald Trump the butt of his joke. But nobody considered that denigrating. I can't count how many times that Joe Biden has denigrated people, has raised his voice at reporters, told them to stop talking, told them to shut up. Nobody cares about that. Donald Trump was attacked from day one. And not just in a you're not going to be a good president. No, he actually had people get fake FISA warrants so that they could spy on his presidential campaign. Not to mention the countless other things they've done to him and his family. They've actually investigated every one of his family members. Came up with nothing, but they investigated all of that. That's the first thing. So number one, I've never been the type of person to defend people that get exactly what they deserve. Donald Trump is the type of person, you're not going to treat him crazy and expect him not to say something back. I actually agree with him talking to them the way he talks to them, because from day one, the Democrats and the leftists used the media to smear him. You even have proof that he would get 90-some% negative coverage, while the Democratic candidate would get damn near 90-some% positive coverage. They have lied about this man. They have taken clips and shortened them to make it seem like he was saying something that he didn't, which brings me to the whole thing about disabled veterans. What did he say about disabled veterans?
So I gotta think about the clip, but I'd say maybe what, 8 months prior to his first, him getting elected the first time. And I'm spitballing time frame because I don't specifically remember how long ago it was, but sometime before he got elected the first time, he was on the campaign trail, literally talking about an individual, and it was a disabled veteran at his rally in support of him. And he spent, I don't know if you remember seeing the clip, and I even read the article from it. It was in Washington Post, I think. But he was basically talking about, he was actually like talking about some particular veteran that was in a wheelchair. I don't know if he had MS or whatever disability he had, but he was telling the whatever story he was telling about that individual that he was speaking to, and out of nowhere he was just like, I don't remember, and I'm like, bro, are you really
do you know right now at this moment you're literally speaking on a situation that has already been debunked? Do you realize
you said it's already been what?
Debunked.
So you're saying he didn't say that?
I'm not saying he didn't say that. He wasn't talking about that disabled veteran that you're talking about.
You said he was not.
No, he was not. That's already been debunked, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's already been debunked. Just like the whole he refers to the military as losers and suckers. All of that shit has been debunked, fam. And the fact that you read the article in the Washington Post doesn't make a better case, because guess what? When if I'm not mistaken, when Jeff Bezos now owns the Washington Post, and you know one of the first things he implemented? He implemented that they got to stop reporting negative and false information on Donald Trump.
So let me ask you this, would you say that the media is part of the problem?
Yes, the main part of the problem.
Okay, with that in mind, my question is, what media outlet can we trust? If you believe the media is the problem, or part of the problem rather, who in the media can we trust?
Independent journalists.
Independent journalists.
Independent citizen journalists.
Now, if you have independent journalists that are reporting similar stories that are corroborating the things that we see in national news, don't you think that there's some validity to the news stories that we're seeing?
No, because first and foremost, the stories that get reported in the mainstream media, you already have citizen journalists going through those stories and showing where it was false.
Mm-hmm.
You have millions of citizen journalists here on YouTube. You have millions of citizen journalists on X. You have millions of citizen journalists on TikTok. And anytime you have that amount of people putting out information, you have the ability to cross-reference. And when you have the ability to cross-reference, that's how you find the truth. And what we've been finding over the years is that the vast majority of the things that Donald Trump has been accused of have been lies. And the reason why they have been lies is because they did not want Donald Trump to win the election the first time. And the reason why is because he's not a politician. He's not part of their corrupt club. And they knew once he got in office, he was not going to be willing to play ball the way they wanted him to play ball. In his first administration, Trump was an anti-war president. The vast majority of the people in government in recent history have been war hawks. Obama, war hawk. George Bush Jr., war hawk. George Bush Sr., war hawk. Bill Clinton, war hawk. They make a lot of their money off of wars. When Donald Trump was in office the first time, he didn't have any wars. They don't like that. That takes away from the money that they get. Now he's going into all of these different bureaucracies, making them smaller and getting rid of waste. And that's a problem for them as well, because it's about their pockets. Now, here's the thing. Here's the other thing that you said. You said that he's just a money guy. He's just a money guy and all he cares about money. That's not true, because he actually loses money being a president as opposed to continuing to just be a businessman. Donald Trump in his first administration actually lost money. He actually lost some of his net worth just being president, because he didn't take a salary, because, you know, the Democrats, they wanted him to take a salary so they could basically make the same argument that you're making, that all he cares about is money. But he purposely didn't take the salary the first time, and he didn't take the salary this time because he knows that they'll use that against him. Plus, he doesn't need it.
Right.
Plus, he doesn't need it. Here you have a guy that is running for president, that became president for the second time, and him running for president is the only reason he has all of the problems that he had to deal with. Can you
elaborate on that?
What do you mean, can I elaborate on that? Everything that he's been going through. Before Donald Trump became president, everybody loved him. Everybody, all the people you see talking crazy about him, loved him. That's the whole reason why he was at the White House dinner when Barack Obama was president. He was invited to all of those dinners. Countless Democrats loved him. He actually financed Jesse Jackson's run for president. All of the Democrats loved him. It wasn't until he started running for public office and decided to be a Republican that they started hating him. If he would have ran as a Democrat, all of the people you see saying that he's horrible, he's this, he's that, they would have never said that. Those Democrats would be in full support of him. So everything that he's been going through right now, this shift, this turn that everybody has started hating him, everybody from politicians to businessmen to rappers to people in the entertainment industry, every person that you see right now that talks crazy about Trump, I can go back in the 80s and the 90s and show you pictures of Trump with those people with big shit-eating grins on their face. The reason why Trump is being ostracized right now is because he ran as a Democrat, won, and decided to go against the government machine and be more about the people and less about profit. If he was just about money, he would have did the same thing that every typical president does when they get in office. He would be a war hawk so that he can make more money. But he actually doesn't make money personally when he's president. Any guy that is willing to subject himself to being prosecuted, to being accused of ridiculous trumped up charges, to put his life at risk where people is trying to take him out and he's not gaining anything financially from it, that's not a guy that's about money. He may be rich and he may be about money on the private side, but that's not who he is as a president. As a president, his fight for making more money is to put more money in the hands of the American people. That's his fight for money as a president. He's running the country the way he would run his business. Now, as far as Donald Trump, there is a author and a scholar by the name of what is his name? Victor Davis Hanson, who's wrote a couple of books about Trump. Now, the reason he knows so much about Trump is in order to write a book about somebody, you got to study them, you got to follow them, you got to see what they got going on. And the one thing he found about Trump is that Trump, being the billionaire that he is, he's one of the most generous dudes you could ever come across. He talks about how Trump will have people building his buildings. His limo will pull up. He'll get out. He'll go see the foreman. He'll shake the foreman's hand. He'll shake the hand of the average everyday workers. He told another story where Trump was on the golf course, and there was some guys from Mexico or some other country, and they were talking about how they had a family member that had died. He ended up paying for the funeral, gave them the money to send back to their other country to pay for the funeral. Or when he had a private dinner at Mar-a-Lago, where he closed it off to the public, and he goes into the kitchen and pays everybody for the lost tips that they would have gotten if he hadn't closed it off and had a private party. All of these lies that they keep telling about Trump is ridiculous. What you're doing, my friend, whether you know it or not, and history is going to tell the real story. You're looking at one of the greatest presidents in U.S. history. But the reason why you don't see that is because there's so much news propaganda and so much negativity that has been spewed about him that is pure lies that most people can't see past that. Most people won't do the research to know what type of person he actually is.
Now, Angryman, do you mind if I ask you a follow-up question?
Go ahead.
So you said most people won't do the research to find out who he is, and that, you know, propaganda essentially props him up as this diabolical, evil person. But the thing is, man, is if regardless of the outlet, regardless of whether it's CNN, whether it's Newsmax, whether it's Fox, whether it's MSNBC, regardless of what the outlet is, my question to you is, if Trump goes up to whatever, if he's at the podium making an address, if, you know, he's in the Oval Office, you know, doing whatever the hell he's doing, you know, if it comes out of his own mouth and it's incriminating for himself, don't you think that the media is not the problem?
Like,
don't you think that it's Trump himself that's caused that issue?
What did he say?
Like, if he randomly tells us, like just with the issues that he had with Zelensky, what, a couple days ago, that whole thing, it's like, bro, you did not bring a vote of confidence to the American people.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop
Go
you.
ahead.
Let me stop you. Zelensky, okay? First of all, you're talking about a dude that was an actor before he even became president of that country.
I remember that.
Second of all, the reason why Putin has the issue that he has with Zelensky is because Zelensky was trying to join NATO. Putin did not want NATO that close on the Russian border. They had already had an arrangement that NATO was not going to move any closer to Russia. And they kept doing it over the years. Putin numerous times said, hey, man, y'all got to stop doing this. We already had an agreement that y'all were not going to do this. They kept doing it and kept doing it and kept doing it. Not to mention one of the places over there, I can't remember the name of it, might be Crimea. I'm not sure. But there was one place they had some sort of arrangement that if that particular country doesn't do certain things, then it reverts back to control of under Russia. So there's a number of politics that go into that. Now, with Zelensky, the reason why Trump says that war would have never happened if he had been in office is because he wouldn't have did what Joe Biden did, which Joe Biden decided to back Zelensky, even though Zelensky's not part of NATO. He decided to back Zelensky and give Zelensky weapons, which, quite frankly, is an act of war towards Russia. Now, Putin didn't decide to go at us about the shit, but when Donald Trump got in office, he said, look, I'm gonna get them to settle this. I'm gonna get them to have a peace agreement, right? He started that before he even got in office, when he was right before he got elected. Now, he invited Zelensky to the White House to have a discussion. And the reason why, and Zelensky is the one who wanted the media to be there. They were going to have that discussion behind closed doors. And the way they had that discussion, that is a typical discussion between world leaders. You just don't see it because it's never shown in the media. Zelensky chose for that to be on the media because he wanted to show out for the American, for the world stage. He wanted to prove that he's a tough guy. So he sat up there, and when J.D. Vance started talking to him, he started having a back and forth with J.D. Vance, and Trump checked his ass, and he was supposed to check his ass for one simple reason. Trump is trying to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. And this guy, he didn't want peace between Ukraine and Russia. What he wanted was more money. He came there the same way he went there when Biden was there, wanting more money. What he wants is America to put its war machine behind him so that he can defeat Putin. That's what he wanted. Trump said, no, I don't want another war. We don't want a prolonged 10-year war. We want peace. Too many people have already died. And he's sitting there asking for more money. How do we know this? Because the moment Trump shut him down, he took his ass over there to the UK and got $2.5 billion from them to continue his damn war. The only reason he stopped and changed his mind recently, today or yesterday, is because Trump cut off the funding from the U.S. He can't do it with just the funding from the UK. So no, Zelensky was out of line. Zelensky was in Trump's house making demands. Zelensky was in Trump's house talking crazy, referring to J.D. Vance as J.D. instead of Mr. Vice President. So this idea that Trump is wrong for showing strength when he's dealing with Ukraine and Russia. Do you realize Ukraine and Russia, those are men countries. Those are countries that do not respect you if you show weakness. This is the reason why they ran over Joe Biden, and the reason why they won't run over Trump is because the moment they tried to play him and talk to him crazy, he flexed on them. So no, saying that Trump is not a good representation of America, you're wrong. He's the exact representation we need in America so that we don't have foolishness going on like Zelensky coming over here thinking we're supposed to fund his war with our taxpayer dollars, or China sending freaking weather balloons over the country that's recording God knows what, or China thinking that they can buy up farmland that just happens to be right near our military bases. So no. Trump is the exact thing that we need for this country. You're bugging, my friend.
Well, Angryman, I appreciate you having me on, man. I'm a working Joe myself, so I gotta get back to work, man. But I want to clarify something. I do love and support the show, bro.
Well, I appreciate it, man. But do your research about Trump, man. Look deeper in the shit, man. Don't take stuff at face value, because trust me, there's a lot of bullshit out there that's just factually just incorrect.
I got you, bro.
All right.
Appreciate you.
All right, peace. Anyway, y'all, let's get back to this video.
The criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there, they're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I knew buying a motherfucking Chevy was the right thing to do. I knew it.
And
we getting all kinds of gains. Shout out to the Hodge twins. We getting all kinds of gains. You feel me?
Also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana. One of the
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say when the dude was asking didn't I just say that Honda is going to be building a plant here in America instead of Mexico?
The largest anywhere in the world.
Let me tell you something. Do you have any idea? The type of economic growth you will have if you've got companies manufacturing their cars in America again?
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term.
Now that's facts. That's facts. Nigga, I was, bruh, them Trump years, woo, woo. Yo, press a 1 in the chat if them Trump years were good to you. Press a 1 in the chat if those Trump years were good to you. Man, we talking about promises made, promises kept. You feel me? Look, let me tell you something. I gotta get giddy about this for a second, man. And by the way, make sure y'all hitting the Cash App supporting the show. Look, I gotta get giddy about this for a second. Did y'all know that, shout out to the Danger Room podcast. Hold on one second, you guys. Shout out to the Danger Room podcast. He said the facts they all didn't stand and clap for no tax on tips, overtime, or Social Security is very telling. Yeah. Look. Do y'all realize that a Cash App can be considered a tip? That's one thing. That's one thing, right? He talking about tax cuts, no tax on tips, your interest on a auto loan being tax deductible as long as the car is made in America. I just happen to drive a Chevy. And he talking about sending out $5,000 to $8,000. Fam, it's about to be glorious. It's about to be glorious. Do you hear me? It's about to be glorious.
If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them.
Now, that's the hilarious thing. You got all of these goofy Americans that are anti-American complaining about tariffs. Now, keep in mind, before Trump started saying anything about tariffs, these Americans didn't even know what tariffs were. They didn't even know what tariffs were. They didn't even know that back in the day, before this country was actually charging us tax, because whether you know it or not, we didn't always have to pay income tax in this country. Whether you know it or not, income tax was implemented because of the war, to help with the war effort, and it was only supposed to be temporary. But most people don't know that. Most people don't know that the reason we threw the English tea in our American harbor and the reason why we was fighting against Britain is because we didn't want to pay 3%. 3%. We had an entire American Revolution over 3%, bruh. There was one point where the vast majority of the money that this government got was from tariffs. So now you got people running around because they done listen to the Democrats. They done listen to mainstream media. So now you got layman Americans talking about tariffs is bad because we going to end up having to pay or whatever. Guess what? The vast majority of the countries outside of America charge us high-ass tariffs. And they limit the amount of product we can send to their countries. Meanwhile, they send their products here to sell. We don't charge them or wasn't charging them a ridiculous tariff. We were charging them low tariffs and we weren't limiting the amount of products they can send here, which results in other countries getting rich off of us. Now, the reason why this was done is because back in the day, the United States of America was so wealthy in comparison to the other countries. This country took it upon itself to say, okay, you know what? We're going to share the wealth. So we're not going to charge these countries high tariffs. We're going to allow them to send their products here, and we're going to allow them to make money so that they can build up their countries. The only problem is we have gotten to the point where they don't need that anymore. A lot of these countries don't need that anymore. Like I told you guys, prior to 2019, somewhere around that time frame, China was churning out 4 billionaires per week. If you go back to the 70s and go pull up any video documentary about China in the 70s. China was a poor country. China is now one of the richest countries. China has one of the biggest economies right now. China, if you go back and look at those videos and look at China, China was poor. They didn't have no huge infrastructure, any of that shit. Within my lifetime, they've went from being a poor country to being one of the wealthiest countries with all sorts of technological advancements. Now that's fine. That's all fine and dandy. But they cannot continue to enrich themselves off of America at the cost of the American taxpayer. We're not doing that shit. So when you got Trudeau up there crying about tariffs, okay? We're not allowed to send but so much product to their countries. And we pay significantly higher tariffs to send those products to those countries. So America doesn't get to enrich itself off of other countries. And this is part of the reason why economically you see companies shipping their plants to other countries. Because it makes more sense for them to have their plant in that country because, one, they can get cheaper labor, and two, because they're manufacturing in that country, they don't have to deal with shipping the shit from America to that country. So this idea where you're running around here saying, oh, but Angryman, if Trump raises the tariffs on China, it's not going to hurt them because they're just going to raise the prices of their product. Good. I hope they raise the prices of their product. I hope that Trump tariffs the shit out of them to the point where they raise their prices and price themselves out of the market. See, y'all don't understand the way economics work. Y'all don't understand that. Because what will end up happening if they raise their prices too high is they'll price themselves out of the market. And what will end up happening is Americans will seek alternatives. Now, if you give corporations in America tax cuts, along with a lot of the other things that Trump plans to implement, guess what will end up happening? You'll end up with a situation where the foreign products that China and other countries send here cost too much, and you'd rather buy American. But see, some of you are too slow to understand that. I get why Trump is doing it. I get why he's doing it. He's doing it because he's trying to turn America back into what it was. When he says make America great again, he's talking about an America where we build the majority of our products. He's talking about an America where we do not rely on foreign countries for their minerals, their oil, their products. Because guess what? Countries can use that for leverage. They can say, oh, well, you need our batteries for your certain products. So if you don't give us XYZ, we're not going to send batteries over there. They do this type of shit all the time. And the truth of the matter is, the world has been taking advantage of America for too damn long. And keep in mind, when the world takes advantage of America, that money isn't coming out of politicians' pockets. It's coming out of your fucking pocket. The United States government does not produce anything. It doesn't make money. It collects money. You, the American people, make money by the sweat of your damn brow. And your money should be going towards enriching yourself and your children and your children's children. Your money should not be going to make other countries that hate us rich. We are literally funding our enemies. We are literally giving them the tools they need to knock us out of power. And I guarantee you that if we ended up out of power, there's no fucking way they would do for us what we have done for them.
It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea. But that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day was cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have.
And here's the other thing. Here's the other thing that China does. And they think they slick. You want to know what China does that's really messed up? Press 1 if you want to know what China does this extremely messed up. It's downright diabolical. This is what they do. They have stores in China, in shopping malls, that sell knockoff Jordans. They literally bootleg products from America that have U.S. patents on it, which guess what that does? degrades the value of the product. Degrades the value of the product. In addition to that, they send us second-rate products and they keep the first-rate products for themselves. You look right now in America, every city in America has every foreign car you can possibly think of. We have Mercedes-Benz, we have Ferraris, we have Lamborghinis, we have Maybachs, we have BMWs. We have cars that come from every country that manufactures cars here. But guess what? If you go to the UK, if you go to Europe, how many Chevys do you see over there? How many Fords do you see over there? How many Chevys you see over there? Bet you never thought about that. Bet you never thought about that. I remember when I was younger and I used to watch foreign movies, and all I would see in the UK is Mercedes-Benzes, BMWs, Audis. Hell, the taxis over there are Mercedes-Benzes. I said, wow, they must be rich. Nah, they don't allow us to ship our foreign vehicles over there. Not for the purposes of selling them. You're not going to go, as far as I know, you're not going to go to a foreign country and see a car dealership that has a bunch of Chevys. You're not going to see that over there. Meanwhile, every one of them got their cars over here. Every one of them.
Never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer.
And let me tell you something. I guarantee you that these foreign countries are looking at this speech pissed off. Pissed off. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Oh, look at him.
Much has been said.
Look at him. Did you see him? Did you see him? Hold on. Let's go back. Watch this.
With so much money,
he don't realize the camera on him. Watch this.
They couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer.
Look at him. Look at him. Watch this reaction right here. Watch this reaction.
Much has been said over the last...
When you see somebody reacting like that, that is somebody who benefits off of us being messed up in the game.
3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada. and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars. And the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
Let's go! Let's go! And look, y'all don't even, the average American doesn't even understand how important that type of shit is. The average American doesn't even understand how important that type of shit is. To have certain things manufactured here, okay? The reason why China has been operating the way it's been operating is because most of our shit has been coming from them. So, of course, when you get to the negotiating table, they got more leverage.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act and whatever's left over.
Now, here's what's funny, right? Here's what's funny. You got all these Americans saying, oh, if Trump charges higher tariffs, then that's going to mess up America. That's going to mess up the economy, mess up the American people, right? All he's talking about doing is the same thing that China's doing. Instead of people taking their companies to places like China, they'll bring them here, which means we'll benefit from the manufacturing being here, just like China benefited from the manufacturing being over there. China charges us high tariffs. All we're doing is charging them the same thing. So how is it you think that China charging tariffs and having manufacturing in their country has caused them to explode in our lifetime to be in one of the biggest economic powers in the world? Why do you think it wouldn't happen the same way for us? I really need some of these tariff-hating anti-American Americans to explain that to me. Why didn't all of the other countries charging high tariffs, why didn't that mess up their economies?
Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
And the crazy thing is, you got Democrats that probably know in their mind that Trump is 100% correct. But they're so invested in him being wrong, they don't give a shit if he's right. They don't give a shit if what he does actually works. Because they don't want it to work. They want him to be a lame duck president. They want him to be a president that doesn't do any good so that they can continue to talk crazy about him and revert shit back to their way of doing shit. The reason why they really dislike him right now is because everything he's doing, if it works, guess what? The Democrats and their old model of doing shit is going to be lost forever because the American people are not going to want to go back to that shit. That's the one thing they are terrified of. If the American people see that Donald Trump does a pivot away from the way politics is usually ran, and it works, guess what? It's just like when the freaking midterm elections come up. They're probably going to lose 30 seats.
Trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies, they're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen.
And hopefully, thanks to RFK, the food that we'll be producing here in America won't be filled with a bunch of bullshit.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama. Jeff Denard has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's
Look, some of the Democrats, there was a couple of Democrats that had enough decency to stand up and clap for that. Rest of them didn't. Why wouldn't you clap for that? Like that didn't even have anything to do with Trump. That was an American steel worker that literally raised 40 foster children. They didn't even clap for that.
Remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
Shout out to Aaron. Aaron said, so had a violent argument on these very points, not with a fellow Gen X or Zoomer, but with a boomer, of course. I swear to God, their one-dimensional selfish thinking makes me want to know what's these selfish Costco sheep are the reason men my age and younger are driving Uber instead of having a career. F you boomers. Yeah, facts. Facts. Shout out to Aaron. Facts. Facts.
It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. and look where Biden took us. Very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She worked so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by two impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to.
Shout out to Detroit 313. He said, it's going to be more super glorious when Trump has no tax ISO 2002. Oh, yeah. Yeah, wow. Pro cracks are pocket watching.
Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Lakin's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Lakin-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Lakin Hope Riley.
Wow, the Democrats really aren't clapping, bro. They really aren't clapping. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Like, yo, that right there, more than anything, is like, wow. Like, really?
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
Look, they're not clapping. They're all like just sitting there. They are cooked. Bro, they are cooked. Do you hear me? They are cooked, bruh.
The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Look at them evil crows. Oh my God. Yo, why she look like Snuffy Smith? Why she look like Snuffy Smith, bro? Y'all remember Snuffy Smith in the comics? Oh my God. Broski. Oh Lord. Wait a minute. I gotta zoom in on this shit. Come on, zoom, man. Where's the zoom at? There we go. Why she look like Snuffy Smith, bruh? What?
Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston.
All right, y'all. We've been on here long enough, man. I can't. This speech is longer than I thought it was gonna be. Oh my God, sweet Jesus. He cooked. Sweet Jesus, he cooked. Oh my God. He said run it at 2 times speed. Nah, man. I ain't about to do all of that. But yo, man, I'm about to get out of here anyway, because, you know, cats done stopped supporting. So, yo, y'all know what it is, man. Shout out to everybody that came through and hung out with us. Said you're going to miss the best parts. Really? He said Emmanuel wasted 20 minutes. What part am I going to miss? Hold on. Screw it. We'll do it. Matter of fact, if y'all want me to keep it going, support the show, man. If y'all want me to keep it going, support the show. We'll do it at, let's see, we'll do it at 2 times speed. We'll try that.
Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis is 12-year-old.
Nah, we can't do it at 2 times speed. That's too fast. Let's do 1.5.
Daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande, near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
Wait a minute. Wait, I don't get it. Wait a minute. I thought Trump was racist. I thought... Oh, well.
Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to...
Shit. Did y'all hear that?
5 nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy.
Dang.
First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years,
They're not even clapping for law and order.
our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bun. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you.
Said leftist lunatics and pointed at the Democrat.
Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer, and tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers, so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
My man is in there with a Scully on. My man is in there with a Scully on. Wait a minute. Wait a second. Is that a black father with a Scully on? From Texas. Bet money. Wait. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait. Stop the presses. Thought Trump was racist. Let me just play this.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
Show the Democrats. Show the Democrats. I want to see if they at least clap for this.
Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer Actually, a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Gave him a badge and everything.
Thank you, DJ.
Democrats wasn't even clapping, bro. Democrats wasn't even clapping, bro. They didn't even get up. They didn't even get up.
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxic.
Sweet Jesus. This man is roasting the shit out of the Democrats. And he's doing it while listing his achievements. Like, bruh.
Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36, think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools.
Uh-oh.
A few years ago, January, Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly, socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you.
Whoa, cool.
Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that when you got wokeness out of the military, young American men wanted to enlist again? I bet y'all didn't even know that. I bet y'all didn't even know that the recruiting for our military was down across the board. Bet y'all didn't even know that. But here's the thing that interests me. What the hell does wokeness, what is wokeness doing in the military in the first damn place?
A difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
What's funny is I got a strong feeling that the Democrats are mad because they hate all of this America celebrating. They're probably mad because they're celebrating America. Like, you can't make this shit up, bro.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland. All made in...
Now, this is what's so funny about that Golden Dome thing. You literally had people on TikTok laugh and talk about some. He think he's gonna put a dome over the country. It's like, bruh, dome is a metaphor. Like, it's not an actual dome.
The USA. Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too. Right, Tim? Right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Yeah. Talk about it.
Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it.
And goofy ass Jimmy Carter. You know what? Let me not even get started on that.
Up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
You got Democrats talking about we can't do that. We can't. Oh, really? Who gonna stop us? In fact, let me get on the screen for this. Let me get on the screen for this. Hold on. Who gonna stop us? To all you anti-American Americans, that's a question for you. Who gonna stop us? Who gonna stop us from taking back some shit that was originally ours in the first place? And the funniest thing is when that dude came in here talking about some just wait in 6 months and you have to go to war. Let me tell you something. Let's get this crystal clear, okay? I have no problem defending my home and my family. I'm talking about my house and my family. I have no problem defending that. If God forbid there should ever what did Magneto say to Professor Xavier? He said, "Does it ever bother you that one day they'll pass that ridiculous bill and they'll come for you and your children?" Professor Xavier looked at him. He said, "I feel a great swell of pity for the poor soul that comes to that school looking for trouble. And that's how I feel about America. I feel a great swell of pity for anybody outside this country that comes to this country looking for motherfucking trouble. Flat the fuck out. So to come in here and say, oh, in 6 months, I don't give a fuck about any of that shit."
And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco.
I ain't never been, look, everybody, most of the men in my family served in the military. Almost every one of my uncles, my father served in the military, my uncle served in the military. Shit, my sister served in the military. I just didn't go. One of my biggest regrets. So coming in here saying something to me about, oh, you wouldn't last 1 minute in the military, bruh, I chose not to go to the military. And I regret it. But don't get it twisted. I may not have went to the military. I may not have been in the theater of war, but I tell you this, I have busted my gun. Don't get it fucking twisted. Like, real talk. I've seen some action. Don't get it twisted.
Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
It is hilarious to watch the Democrats sit over there like a bunch of children in timeout. That shit is funny.
And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called. And
my bad, y'all. Shout out to Dave. He said support for continuing the stream. Appreciate you. Shout out to Julie. I think that's how you pronounce that. Said it's amazing how the Democrats are showing their true colors to the world. Trump 2025. Shout out to Billy Goat Gruff. He said, one of my biggest regrets as well. My mom stays with my dad. I'm U.S. Marine. Word. Let's see. Shout out to Javier. He said tuition. Shout out to Lifeline Music. Said support. Shout out to Bruce. Bruce said keep it going, AM. Shout out to Arnez. He said, appreciate you. Salute. Shout out to Marie. Said, shout out to Snuffy Smith. Hilarious. Hilarious. Yo, shout out to Devon. Appreciate you.
everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People haven't been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything.
The Democrats are clapping right now, y'all.
Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
Look at him. Look at him.
2,000 people have been.
Look at him. They're clapping for war. They're clapping for war.
Being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I wanted to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you.
And by the way, to that dude that came in here, because I know you probably still watching. That dude that came in here talking about some in 6 months you'll be going to war. You see that, boy? You see that right there, boy? Hold on. I got another one for you. You see that right there, boy? See that grouping? You see that grouping? Fuck around and find out.
I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom.
And to those of you saying, yo, that grouping though, right? Yeah, nigga, that's that SIG MPX. I'm surgical with that motherfucker.
We are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us as fate would
I'm surgical with that CZ Scorpion too.
have it. Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we're going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
See how quick they got up to haul ass out of there?
coming. Thank you. It's a great honor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I see you're teaching young people for the world. I'm trying to. Great guy. Thank you. That's your favorite. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you again. Thank you again. Don't forget. So good. So good, sir. The best. Terrific, Mr. Really good. It's really outstanding. Thank you. Thank you. That's all. Thank you. Good job, Mr. President. Thanks. Great. Great. Thanks again, Mr. President.
Thanks for the phone call last night.
Absolutely. You know that. Thank you. I'll go this.
I'm not going to get it. Sorry.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech. Great speech. Best speech ever. Yes.
President Roger Williams, thanks for the call.
I love Roger Williams.
Thank you.
You don't have to introduce yourself.
Mr. President.
I know you better than you do, Roger.
Thank you so much.
It's my great baseball.
America
Good
is-
job. Great job you're doing.
America is back. Thank you so much,
Welcome you
Mr.
back to
President.
Pennsylvania anytime, sir.
They stood for. Thank you all.
They stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
He said they stood for another country, not our country. They literally stood up and clapped for Ukraine. Literally stood up. When he said something about the money they sent to Ukraine, the Democrats stood up and clapped for Ukraine. They didn't clap for the little boy that had brain cancer. They didn't clap for none of the victims' families that Trump acknowledged. They didn't clap for tax cuts for Americans. They didn't clap for anything that was pro-American.
That was fantastic, sir. That was Thank you very much. Mr. President.
Good job, Mr. President. Great job. Thank you so much. Great speech.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Shout out to Found Link. He said that 95-year-old lady looks younger than Joe Biden. Yeah, man. So look, man, shout out to everybody that came through, man. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me all night. For real. I appreciate y'all. Real talk, man. Make sure you guys go check out my book, available on Amazon. All you have to do is type The Angryman Standard in the search bar on Amazon and it will come up. Also, if you want to check out the merchandise, all you have to do is go to shopBinoNation.com, or you can click the link that's on the screen. Shout out to Orion. He said, great stream. Appreciate you, bro.
$50 boss up. Stack up and match up.
But salute to everybody, man. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to everybody that hit the like button. Shout out to everybody that contributed to the show. Y'all already know what it is, man. I'm going to get up out of here. I will be back at you guys later on today, so be on the lookout for me. Salute to everybody. I'm going to holler at y'all later. Peace.
Spartans! What is your profession?